This is video segment number 6, and we find ourselves here on a bench in the Hunter's March, where in the previous stream we left off after a couple of attempts on a fight that is on the top floor of this particular section that we're in right now. We couldn't quite get past it and didn't really sit through grinding it out at the time. We might want to give it another look today. It might be one where, clearly, as with Hollow Knight, originally you occasionally have these encounters that gate something off that are theoretically doable with what you have, but which might be made significantly easier with some tool later. In this case, we're having trouble just jumping over the enemies there and getting around them for positional purposes, and so maybe something like a double jump or equivalent would be useful before we go back to another attempt, but we'll probably try it for a little bit and decide from there whether we want to push against that with our current tool set or if we wish to explore further. Given that with the needle end that we picked up in the last session, as well as all of the traversal tools that we picked up in the segments before that, we've got a lot to do just in the existing zones before we even proceed to the path upwards. Speaking of upwards, we've also been imprisoned once already up in the slab, which takes us quite a ways further into the citadel, right beside a mountain, actually. And we escaped back from there. There is no way that we can safely progress there for the time being, given that we lack cold protection and also lack something equivalent to a double jump that would get us over certain obstacles. So we'll probably work our way back towards that eventually. But for the time being, we'll just explore the map and see how else we can progress. Now, there is one other change that we made. We made a control change on this stream, and we'll see how it works out, because what I've done is a remap switching needle in from X to R and the tool from R to X, and that is just because on the Nintendo Switch 2 Joy-Cons, the R button is elongated enough that we had a little bit of trouble with accidental inputs that suspend some silk. When we're just trying to dash around, we occasionally launch the spear. I've had enough fights now where we do have some muscle memory built up for the spear on R that I think this might be a bit of an adjustment, but we'll see what we can do, and we'll see if this is going to work out a little better. If there's one thing that has been slightly awkward about this game so far, it is the tools control, where you have to hold up or down in combination with the skill or tool button in order to use a weaponry, and sometimes it overlaps with movement. And of course the R and ZR proximity and accidental input issue with the Joy-Con specifically that we've also mentioned was a bit of a hindrance. So we'll see if we adjust to that properly today. If we don't, then we'll switch it back. For the time being, though, let's continue. Now, the rung that we were on was one above this. But before we go there, I actually wanted to go back to check the shop that's at the end of this corridor. I think that was with the vendor who speaks a totally different language and therefore doesn't explain what any of his tools actually do, but there's, well, some things that you can kind of establish there by implication. And we'll see if we can buy something off of him. I was thinking of saving up for 500 a key, but I think we do have an extra memory locket if we want, for example, this curved claw here, which looks very much like some kind of boomerang. I don't know if it's going to cut into our crafting bank necessarily as a weapon, because it might be something like a consumable projectile. We're not really sure. It just doesn't say anything to that effect. So I think we'll take it. We also never found out what the fractured mask was, but I kind of suspect it's an extra mask worth of health when you have that equipped. It would make sense for that to be the case. But regardless, we have the cash right now to buy this and I think we'll try it out, and if we like it, and it should benefit from the poison effect that we have on tools as well, then we might even put both tools in our loadout since we have the capacity to do so. So let's just take this, and we'll go back to a bench and we'll try it out because we don't exactly know how it's going to function. Oh, it tells you after you buy it, so it is something that's consumable down to 8. Arched sharp bone used by hunters to take down flying prey, so that's something that we might want to use against flyers accordingly. I wonder how well it will track, how easy it will be to aim, and whether it will have much in the way of buyer's remorse. But it will also give us a chance perhaps to practice a little bit with the controls that we have. Because right now I have this weapon here. I actually kind of like this on axe, because then it doesn't interfere with your movement. And when you want the needle in, you can just use it on a more dedicated press. Okay, so let's try this. I just want to see what kind of trajectory it has if we do equip it in the current slot. I believe we do have a memory locket expansion. Yes, we have one if we want to use both weapons. And we will again have the poison effect, so that's nice actually. We only have a few of those available, and we'll see how costly they are. They cost 5 in terms of shards. We've been loaded on shards the whole game, so I'm not too concerned about that. Since we're building Reaper like crazy, I actually may put that up there and the long pin, or at any rate an additional slot down here. And it'll take a bit of an adjustment, I think, to put the long pin on down. Oh, can we... Oh, I'm not resting on a bench. Okay, there we go. But yeah, now we have both tools available. And we just need to remember that spear is now also on X. You can't really split those apart to separate buttons. It's X and modifiers no matter what. So yeah, we have enough muscle memory from a lot of spear heavy fights previously that I'm sure it'll be a bit of a mess initially, but... So for example... So yeah, it doesn't really track necessarily, but it does hit decently hard, it seems. Now we expended some ammo already, and we do have both a flying and a grounded enemy to deal with in the fight that's been blocking us a little bit, so I'm sure we'll spin our shards down in no time. Oh, here you go again. That's okay, not too concerned. Just gonna get warmed up again. So the reason we couldn't get past this was that this enemy just kind of blocks you off completely. Now I think maybe we would go... Okay, yeah. Then... Oh, yeah, you see, they just kind of zone you out. Now, we'll see how I feel about this, because one thing I realize is that we have the attack on X rather than on R. You've got a little bit more travel between jumping and attacking because you've got both of them with your thumb. It is kind of in keeping with how things like the ranged attack worked in Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which I was playing a lot of earlier this year, but... Again, you know, when you're trying to do evasive movement around this guy here, that's more of a concern. But maybe we can take this one out quickly, if we can. And then, yeah, unfortunately, yeah, this is the issue, is that we can't jump over this guy very well. We can get around just barely. And unfortunately, being trapped back there is a big problem because we might not even survive to reach the cocoon. And that expends a significant number of shards. Considering how much of the game we spent just camped at 400, I almost don't mind too much. But yeah, if we can't get past this, we'll go elsewhere and farm up again a little bit. Would like to take out the flyer really quickly if I can. Okay, luckily that's available there. Oh, no. That's the thing, is that when they zone you out, you wind up out the door. Yeah, and it's very hard to get over him, especially when he jumps like that. Yeah, very difficult to get around him. And then, yeah, because he just covers the whole room. Now, previously we defeated one of those big guys on our way into the Hunter's March, but in that particular case, first of all, we were dealing with it alone. Secondly, it was possible under a low ceiling to exploit his movement, but putting him under a ceiling low enough to prevent him from jumping. And that's pretty much how I got around him, so we're not really accustomed to reading his jump. Getting around it in a real battle-tested situation, and so let's lay off the auxiliary weapons for just a moment until I can just try to get a dodging pattern down. Yeah, okay, you can kind of see maybe. Okay, he's going to go around like that. Oh, didn't want to go around like that. Okay. Nope, dashed the wrong way. And then we got smoked. Now, I think we can find a good dodging pattern for the big grounded enemy. And just try to focus down the flyer first. And just simplify the fight a little bit. Then we might have a chance, but... right now things are a little bit awkward in this. Oh, and then he's going to hit immediately, and that's, yeah. Unfortunately, we just burned so many shards again. I did see it is possible to read his pattern and try to go under the jump. Which, if he's burrowing into the ground, that kind of movement will also get you around that. 06i, welcome. I was hoping the Curve Claw would do more against the flyer here. Because then... oh, nope. You see, then you just get stuff like this. And then stuff like this. Nope, he's got such a long reach, too. It's such a long reach. And we're running out of shards now, actually. I pretty much spent my whole bank on just attempts on this fight. I would really like to get past that. Now, according to the map, it would like to make you think that that room is a dead end. Obviously, we know there's a gate on the left side. Whether it leads to just an item as a reward or some kind of alternative passage, we don't really know yet. But... yeah, 06i, like I was saying. You're saying this big guy is so hard to beat. He has a name, doesn't he? Let's take a look at our log here. Again, the only way we got through him the first time when he was alone was just to exploit his movement under the ceiling, which we can't do here. Here, we're just having trouble reading how long his reach is. This is Scarguard. Stellan Scarguard here. Huge ant hunter tasked to protect the stores and passages of its tribe. And we just need to defeat one more. So, only so many of these sitting around. So, we're dealing with Spear Scar and Scarguard. And... yeah, they both kind of zone you out at once. And it's a big problem. I did find that if you keep a good distance, you can get around a grounded enemy. It's just that we're having trouble hitting the winged enemy while we're doing it. So let's try to do this without expending too much of the shard resources. Let's just try to get a dodging pattern down. Okay. You can see him move. I'm just trying... Oop. Nope, whiffing on all that. Okay, you can kind of sneak under. This is defensively going better than usual. Oh, except he's going to swipe. Yeah, so... we can just attempt it a few times without using the auxiliary weapons for a moment. While I just kind of rest up. Actually, maybe even using the speed buff is not a bad idea here. But we'll see about that. The speed buff I got from the fleas. Okay. Nope. I have to read that guy. Oh, and then yeah, when he moves, there is a bit of a tell. You need to stand way back. But then he just zones you out completely, and so we might have been able to float over that. You're saying he's just as absurd reach and speed at the same time? Yeah, and it's a very quick read to see where he goes as well, which is why, you know, the hit and run that we did with him last time. You have to be very patient in a way that's not really possible in this room, where he just rushes you down as close to the door as possible. Okay, just need to reach. And yeah, look at that. How you have to read the jump and dash towards the jump. Always dash towards the jump. And then, yeah. Now, the crouch that he does going into the burrow is similar to the dash going into the jump. And of course, if you try to dash towards the jump while you're too far away, then that doesn't work. So. I was thinking initially, coming out of the last stream when we made a few rudimentary attempts against this, that maybe more movement abilities later, like a double jump, could resolve just slightly in terms of giving you more room to go up. Actually, the ceiling's not high enough for that to necessarily matter, in terms of being able to go over him comfortably while he's grounded. So I'm definitely wondering, you know, what kind of character improvement would we be looking for if we wanted to get through this fight, other than just a flat damage increase to our weapons. Yeah, so let's not use the auxiliary weapons just yet right now. Okay. You can kind of jump this a little bit. Nope, that's a problem. I was hoping to. Maybe you use the standard spear. Again, my muscle memory is a bit off because we switched some of the buttons around a little bit, but I'm wondering how many standard spear hits can take out the flyer, because if you can take out a flyer, then the rest is just a lot of patient prodding. Because if I can dodge but then do a long-range burn of the flyer, then that's ideal. Again, whoops, hang on, let's try to get in a better position here and build up some silk if we can as well. Given that he's a big target, I almost wonder if we would go beast for this. Okay. Oh, there we go. And then, yeah, just dash right into that. Oh, and then just smoked. Okay. Luckily very close to the nearby bench. The bench runs have felt shorter across the board in this game compared to the first, but might just be memory fooling us. I mean, the first one wasn't that bad either. It was mostly just a few exceptions like Soul Master, where it was just difficult to get back up safely. It wasn't even the length of it, it was just a lot of room for error on the way. Okay. Nope. You know, I was able to dash through the swipe just now. I can't repeat that, certainly. We don't have enough silk to work with here. Let's just see if we can get to the point where we can start to take him down. And then we can start using the auxiliary weapons again. The consumable ones. Right now I'm just trying to get the damage mitigation under control. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's gonna hit. Unfortunately, that does take out some of our resources for a heal. Oh, and of course, yeah, accidentally dashed out. I wonder if he actually gives you enough room to stand as close to the door as possible without swiping too close. Whether there is a safety zone where you were just about to get out the door. I'm not exactly sure. I'm guessing the answer is no, but it would be worth seeing. I mean, no, he's definitely going to hit you. It's just that's... I wonder if there is a safety point that is at all viable. Whoops. Okay. Okay. Oh, nope. Just didn't catch that entirely. Nope, just... And of course you stand there, then you get speared as well. Seems like there's a very narrow place to stand there where... I mean, eventually it just pushes you out though, so... Yeah, because one of the things that made me think that maybe this was at least partly resolvable with something like a double jump is that at least you could get over him. Right now, I guess a dash jump might give you something like the height you need. But we usually don't have enough of a runway for a dash jump against that. Because essentially you need a way to do a cross over top when he's stuffing you off to the side of the room. But I think in general you just kind of have to dash across while he's doing either the jump or the burrow. And if he's doing a forward swipe, you just need to stand back. Easier said than done. We also have to deal with the flyer. Oh, yeah, you see? Just total misread every time. Yeah, so he'll go that close. But, oh, late on getting out. So the burrow is pretty much always going to track you. You do need to dash out of it every time. I'm going to try to figure out some of the movement, because to a certain extent there are some things about this encounter that can only be resolved with skill and good tactics. But most of all, good spacing and response time. Nope. Oh, oh. And then, look at that, just no room to move. He just takes up the whole corridor. We'll see what we can do. If we can just get the flyer down. We haven't been able to get one enemy down even in this room just yet. We know the big guy takes a while. From experience. Even with my purported improvements to the weapon that we have itself. Yeah, it's a sharpened needle, but, you know, still apparently not sharp enough. And yeah, it'll be easier to do. Well, no. And of course, the flyer was totally overlapped, so I couldn't really see the spear coming. Yeah, we'll see what a reasonable number of attempts to puzzle this out would be. We've certainly had some attempts where I could stay alive and undamaged for a little bit longer than that. And we can just figure out how the damage avoidance will go before we even really get to a lot of attacking in, then might be in much better shape. Oh, yeah, you see? Totally zoned out of here. Because I just don't have enough room to go over because, you know, both of them are stacked on top of each other. There's no jump that's available. One thing that would solve this, actually, is something equivalent to the Shade Cloak in the first game where you can dash through something safely. I don't know, I don't think we'll get something exact equivalent to that, especially with the change in the way the dash works in this game with something that can't be continuous. Unless there's something like, you know, the initial couple of steps in a dash make you invulnerable. Because other than something like an extension of your jump, that's the other way I could see this working in terms of character progression, is to fight this by being able to dash through him without trouble. No. Nope. Just smoked. And yeah, there's no room to go. I'm just completely trapped there. A little lost for what to do with this one. We have not had to back out of a fight at any point in this game, but here I just don't have a method yet. I actually think there is a trap weapon that we saw in one of the shops elsewhere. I was hoping that buying the curve claw would solve some of this, not knowing exactly what it did. But seeing that it has a bit of a poison pattern. But if you can just kind of dodge round and round, and if you had the trap weapon, where you could essentially lay mines or something, that might be a way to do it. We don't really have the rosaries for that right now, but that's something that we could potentially think of if we go back to acquire that at a later point. Yeah, unfortunately, not much mileage out of the curve claw just yet here. Okay. Okay. Oh, just got hit there. You jump. Good. Then, let's see if we can... Oh, nope, just got stuck. Yeah, getting hit a bit here. That would have required me to dash through. But we can burn down the flyer really quickly. I just don't know how many hits that's going to take, but... we get rid of the flyer, we completely simplify this to something that's at least slightly more manageable. It'll still be a difficult read from time to time, but at least we have some room to jump over that's not completely obstructed. Nope, just got jammed here. And then... okay, there we go. What do we do? This movement here. Nope. And just try to bait him in a little bit. With a dash attack with hit and run. Let's think about this for a moment. What if... well, we've got a lot bound up in this spec right now. What if we tried Beast? Let's reconfigure the assignment a little bit to match what we had going there. We don't have enough memory lockers to expand any of the defensive skills right now or give us the poison. Now, we're really not accustomed to playing Beast. And so that's going to take a bit of adjustment. For sure. Especially because I'm not even sure we can do that bounce on the way up. But we have to try some other options at this point, and I don't think the Beast Claws will give you that much in the way of additional attack power, though. I think it's... Yeah, and we have to kind of get used to what the downward trajectory is like, because it does reach quite a bit further, this roll that happens here. It's difficult to spot if you haven't really done much of it before. But the forward roll might actually give you tons of distance to go over. And it might go over in such a way that it could actually hit safely. So... And then you can also do the lifesteal. Oh, hang on. That's not the button that I want. Okay. Okay, nope. Well, we're not very accustomed to it, but I'd like to practice with it and see if we can make something happen. Yeah, because we're not really used to how the movement is going to work here with the forward dive, but it has such a long range that actually, you know, if it's safe to do this into the flyer, for instance, and dive into it that way without too much of an interruption or bounce back, then that could be a way to make it over. Not getting much of a bounce here. There you go. Nope. Yeah, because it goes way over the usual trajectory. It's like a... As opposed to the Hunter's 45-degree angle, it's more of a shallow 30-degree angle. Okay. Oh, wow. It's actually got a decent amount of movement to it. Oh. Unfortunately, we still don't really know how to use the lifesteal very effectively, because usually I just put my face right in the enemies and then lose more health than I can get back. But I would like to try this a little further, just to see if we can make progress, because at this point we're a little bit short in options. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, you can get some of the lifesteal back. Yeah, diagonal dive on the beast. Nope, almost got it. Almost got into a lifesteal state anyway. That survived a lot longer than what we've been doing so far elsewhere, just doing the beast dive. Because you've got a decent amount of speed on it. And then if you can get the lifesteal, which is a bit of a shorter charge than the usual bind for heals, you know, you have a reasonable chance of hitting targets in this. And so you can get some of the masked back. And moreover, the dive that we're seeing on the beast actually seems mostly safe. So maybe this is the idea that we should go with. Okay. Yeah, and he doesn't track your position very well. Well, I say that, of course, having gotten into problems immediately after saying that. We do need to hit in the right direction. Whoops. There we go. That was the accidental R button press for the needle in. So no matter what you do with the R button, you have some accidental input issues that could still go on there. I almost think I might do the unthinkable and take everything off R and put needle in on something like R stick press. I never like putting anything on a stick press. But yeah, the accidental R input is becoming a bit of a hindrance. Okay. But I still think this approach is potentially workable. We're just not very fluent with the beast movement yet, but having barely used it in the game. But we can work our way up to a lifesteal. You can really get a good hit on the aerial enemy too. That's the thing that works about it. Okay. Yeah, you see, you get a little bit back. We can, oh, I was about to say if we can just get another tap for another set of heals, that could have made it over quite well. I feel like this is actually progressing slightly. We have some issues with it, but it's working out a lot better than what we were doing before. My aim is just not very good. And we are occasionally still diving into a swipe, which, yeah, if we can just figure out what not to dive into, then it gives me significantly better access to hitting the flyer. I keep thinking of this as the Blanca attack. Because it does feel like the Blanca roll in Street Fighter, doesn't it? Okay. Oh, got caught. Unfortunately, didn't get much of a lifesteal off of that. Oh, and yeah, we do need to let him jump and then go. Just need to figure out which timings are not safe. When he's swiping down like that, that's absolutely not safe. And there's lots of the beast movement we're not familiar with yet in terms of working with the float and the cloak, for instance. Yeah, you can kind of jump over like that. Oh, rammed into that by mistake. Oh. What? But nope, almost. Not quite. Now, unfortunately, when you get a first bounce, I can't quite get a second bounce quickly on the flyer itself. Like, we should maybe just basically aim for the flyer when we do that roll attack. I still feel like we're getting a lot more done with this beast approach than we were previously. We have a solution for the flyer now that we just didn't before. Oh. Occasionally I just ram into it though, and that's not a great idea. Nope. Doing not that great on this fight. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Didn't get any kind of lifesteal at all. Nope. Just got jumped. Yeah, the thing is that the fire itself takes so much punishment. But if we just reduce the complexity of the fight by removing one enemy from the board, that's already significant. And I'd rather not go in with less than full health. Let's do this again. Yeah, and I think we do want to save up for the lifesteal, so maybe stay off the spear. What? Here we go. Yeah, what an incredibly shallow angle on this. Okay. Oh. When we hear the rumble, we just need to back out immediately. Oh, that's a problem. Well, that's a problem as well. Need to tap enough. Oh, nope. Missed the second one. I was trying to build up enough silk to get the second heal going there. Didn't quite get it. Oops. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's go back to the beast movements. This column actually lines up pretty well to tell you what spacing you need in order to do this. Oh, shouldn't have run into him immediately. That was a mistake. Well, I guess we get to practice the lifesteal. But not for long. Let's see. But I feel like this is viable. Like, if we can survive long enough to get the fire down, then we're in business. And after that, it's just pure dodging. Oh. Completely messed that up. See? Got most of the way back up. Maybe we can get another heal going. That'd be ideal. Fortunately, not always facing in a upper direction for the forward roll. Have to be very precise about which way we're going. I was thinking we might want to build up more silk going into the fight. But no, we usually get up to the full bar pretty quickly. It's just... especially when we pop the cocoon, since that does give you the full bar, essentially. Oh, got interrupted there slightly. Yeah, I wasn't doing the downward angle properly for some of these. Oh. Okay. Nope, that's not gonna go. Let's try it again. Yeah, and the dash on this kind of continues to dash through like that, but you don't want to run into the enemy that way, of course. So we do just need to be very deliberate about pointing down for this input. And there's a bit of a lag between successive ones after the first bounce, I think. Like how quickly you can do those consecutively. We don't really have that fluent yet, so... Okay. Yeah, we try not to get too fancy, whoops, and just aim mostly for the flyer. But there's already a bad start. Oh. Unfortunately got chopped after we had the initial self-heal. Whoops, that's not gonna go. It's just the flyer itself also takes so much punishment. Okay, let's see about this. Oh, nope. Dashed wrong way in. Already a bad start, already a horrible start. I'm glad we found a reason to play with the beast, though. Given how hard it was to earn that. Hardest thing we've done in the game, actually. Get through Savage Beast Fly. Nope. Oh, got a little bit stuck here. No room to move. Nope. Covers more than half the screen with that attack. Back out of it. Oh, just, yeah, when they're sandwiched together like that, that's, you really get into positional problems. Unfortunately, the lifesteal doesn't last for very long. But if you can get enough silk to get another one, that would obviously be nice. Nope. Nope, didn't get to steal at all that time. It took too long to get any kind of hit in. Now we're a little bit relying on the down attack on the beast. We do need to know when we should just kind of fight standard with it, with the swipes. Instead of getting too fancy with all the jumping. Jumping does keep you alive for much, much longer than all the other approaches we were taking, so. And moreover, it gives you a way to go over. Big one. Yeah, so there's a certain art to the bounce timing if you watch carefully. Oh, no, got caught. Yeah, you don't just want to tap repeatedly, there is a timing. Okay. Okay. Okay, got that. Yeah, because you delay the timing, you go higher in the jump. Oh, no, just got stuck on the side. We had a life steal there, we just got stuck behind where he was unburrowing. But survivability-wise, that was much better. Yeah, so the idea is a more deliberate timing for the beast dive. We don't want to mash it, we want to give enough time between bounces to actually get some air. And hit the targets. So instead of just tapping repeatedly on every bounce, you give it a little bit of room to breathe. This is how this jump here on the bouncing point works as well, is that in order to gain enough height for the wall, you leave it some time before you press again. So there is an art to this. I think it can be learned. And, well, not if you play like that. Well, not if you play like that. And then we just got stuck. There was no way. I mean, I guess we had to read to jump and slide under it the way we were doing when we were playing this as Reaper earlier. Okay. Nope. Just... I had no way of reading that. Well, I mean, he was jumping basically from off screen. Almost. With the burrow attack, you can at least feel in the rumble, and with the audio cue, with the jump, we have a bit more trouble with that. We can't see what's going on. Oh, whoops. Nope, hang on. Nope, wrong way. That's the thing we've had trouble with the down movement in this game generally, just to get the correct angle to have it register as a downward movement, also have the right facing direction. Yeah, just get lots of height off of that. Nope, not if he jumps. Nope, got trapped. Yeah, unfortunately trying to get the bind there while he was burrowing was not great. When he's off screen like that, we kind of have to expect the burrow, and it's not a safe timing to just get some space before setting up the heal. Okay. Nope, just got trapped here. I'm gonna circle around a bit. Nope, not quite. A few more taps. We might be able to get a heal, but not if we play like this. Nope, just got jumped. absolutely one of the harder encounters we've faced so far. I feel like we just either lack a tool or lack a technique. Again, I feel like maybe the trap weapon, however it works, if it works like a landmine or caltrops or something, might be worth considering. We need to find a shop where it was from. And I can't afford it right now regardless, unless we break some more necklaces. Okay. Just find a rumble. Okay. Let him rumble. Just play evasively as much as possible. Just use this as a way to get around and over. Let's not try to risk a heal just yet. Oh. I'll have to risk a heal soon. Let him rumble first. Okay. Nope. Been able to get it. Again, sometimes we just don't get the downward movement correctly. We get interrupted like that. I think this was likely to be a death, but... Oh, the flyer went down. We can get enough of a tap. Oh, no. The flyer went down, and yet we lost this. That's the first time the flyer has gone down. But the thing is, I got zoned out before I could build up enough silk for a heal. We were just a little bit short. That's the best progress we've made, actually. It's the first time we've managed to kill it. Well, that gets us closer. The fight is all of a sudden much calmer. It's just that we still can't get totally zoned out like that. Can we? Unless it stays dead. I don't think it stays dead. No, it's reset. The whole encounter, obviously. If we can just stay, you know, safe and defended. Realistically, the self-heal is usually just going to amount to 2 masks from what we've seen. Need to mind the jump. Okay. Just try to play as safe as possible. That was not as safe as possible. Nope, just getting swiped. We had such a good attempt. That one time, it's just being down on 1 mask. It was survivable if we just didn't get stuffed off of the side and chased out of the exit. But unfortunately, he was swiping me too close, and we didn't have a way to get back around in that position. That's easily the closest we've come. The first time we've ever seen a flyer actually fall. Okay. Need to occasionally just air dash back out of it if we miss. Okay. Taking too many hits there. So we can build up again. Now, of course, the jump is limited reach, so... I mean, the range of the jump itself, rather, not the swipe. So if we're out of a certain range, as long as we don't dash in, as long as we stay out of a certain range and bait him to us, then the jump is not as much of an issue. Then we mostly wait for the rumble on the slide. So maybe the idea is that we stay distant. We do need to chase the flyer, though. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, he just jumped so far. It's very difficult to read it. And no, that's going to be too risky. Good thing the bench is so close. See, the fact that we took the flyer down, it has me emboldened now to try this and try to get a really good attempt in, because we're seeing that it is possible with this method, as long as the dodging goes well. And as long as you don't get chased out the door, which has been a repeated limitation. Oh, first note of fire has gone that low at the outset. Nope, I don't know why we didn't get the down input that time. Maybe there's a certain part of the animation where it's so vulnerable, or maybe we just didn't get the input at all. Okay. Okay, just lead him out. Lead him way out. And just try to go over. Not quite enough for heal currently. Yeah, unfortunate we're just not getting the roll attack on a flyer to go down correctly sometimes. Flyer's down. We're in good shape. We're in very good shape. I'm gonna try to put some of the poison darts in if we can. This is the best we've done, so push every advantage we can. Okay, that's not good. Just try to stay safe. Get back into the rolling motion if we can. And we need to get that hit in with the heal. Missed a self-heal. Well, one mask is getting risky here. Nope. So close. Best attempt by a long shot. We had 5 masks going into reducing the fight to 1 enemy. It was very close to the best situation we could have been in. We got a couple of really good self-heals in there too. It's just that the second opportunity to do a self-heal, we completely whiffed. We just didn't have an attack opening to swipe into him to get some of those masks back. And I think actually switching into some of the auxiliary attacks there to try to rush him down was a bit of a problem, because it threw me off my pattern and muscle memory for the bounce pattern we had going with Beast, so we shouldn't overcomplicate things. That was so close, though, by the looks of it. Okay, let's try to get back into shape here. Yeah, sometimes if you have a bad angle going into the flyer, the attack doesn't land the way you want. Now we're pretty close to getting the next heal here at least. So we can get a little bit of healing now, but not much. Okay, we actually got the flyer down. So let's see. If we can get enough taps to get a heal, then we might be okay. Okay, almost. Oh, almost. Wrong way. Okay. Nope. Unfortunately got jumped. We had just enough silk to heal right at that point. We just had no opening because he jumped me at that moment. So that's 2 attempts now that we got pretty far along with Flyer down. The Flyer came down pretty early that time, in fact. I think we just had a couple of good bounces on it. It would be very satisfying if we can get this. Oh. Okay. Okay. Getting close. Flyers down. We actually have a decent amount remaining for our heals. I don't want to burn it yet, I don't think. We want to have a clear opportunity. We have to use now, though. No, we're going to miss it. Just keep a distance so the jump attack is not an issue. I think that has to be the approach. Keep it a huge distance. And then, whoop, almost missed it. Nope, and then he jumped out of it instead of swiping. Did see that coming. I thought he would unburrow and swipe. But that was a misread. But we're getting into simplifying down to one enemy quite a lot more consistently now, so... It's just that once again, we whiffed the opportunity to get another heal. And we were down to 2 masks. We probably should have burnt that on 4 so we could get it back up on 6. But we had a clear shot at doing it. Okay. Oh, come on. Go around. Oh, nope, nope, I got stuck. That was okay, that was an input mistake, actually. We actually did the needle in. So putting anything on R is a risk with the Joy-Con 2 anyway, with the ZR and the R being so close. I am using these controllers because I've got my best sticks, though. And the input whiff, thankfully, hasn't happened as often, and moreover, it doesn't burn energy. It's just that it does potentially stall your timing. Because, oh, we really need to fix that up. So we're getting really close on this. Okay. Nope, nope, wrong button. That was... I did not mean to burn the bind on that move. Okay, we need to reset this. We absolutely choked there. Need to reorient ourselves a bit. Yeah, that was a massive choke. Not often that we totally missed. Read that. Is that a curve claw in the first tool slot? Yes. I was hoping to get more use out of it against a flyer. But we didn't. I did buy it at the beginning of this stream. It's good. It is, as I suspected, a boomerang. But it is a consumable boomerang. You have 8 charges on it. It costs 5 apiece. So it does deplete your bank pretty quickly. So yeah, we've gotten past taking a flyer down often, at least at this point. Okay. Nope. Getting caught here. Nope. Just a jump attack that really does a number on us here. Not much healing down this time, unfortunately. Nope. I don't know why that whiffs sometimes. Oh, I see. Well, same reason it always does with the diagonal attack on the hunter as well, that there's a limited range on it. That if your dive is too long, then you come out of the attack. And then you're just in midair. So, yeah, we can't be too far from the flyer when we try to dive it. And actually, if you're too close, it doesn't work either, you see. You're too close, you're not in the roll yet. So sometimes that's the issue too, is that we're trying to dive when we're kind of moving towards it horizontally. In fact, we can kind of practice against this thing here to see what the range of movement is. You see, too close, right? Like you're not actually above it, and it doesn't work. If you're above it, then it does. But if you're kind of going in from the side, it doesn't do what you would think it will. So that's why we've been taking damage off the flyer sometimes when trying to bust through it, is that we're too low. So we kind of need to practice that movement a bit more, especially with the consecutive bounces we've been doing in the air. That said, we've had several attempts now where we did get past the flyer with many masks remaining. And the rest is just playing safely around the big guy. The Skarsgård. Okay. Didn't. I always misread the jump. Oh, no. Okay, no, we got stuffed. Hang on. Totally out of position. Alright, let's try this. Okay, well, I came in pretty low that time. Oh, wrong way. Okay. Well, we have some decent height on this. We can get into the roll. Sometimes we will get a little bit caught, though. Okay, getting some decent shots here. Oh, too far. Heal. Okay, didn't really get much of heal at all, actually. Did it go down? It went down. No, it didn't go down. Okay, let's take a moment to rethink. I think this is the right idea. I think maybe potentially we could supplement this with the speed buff. But being too slow to run out isn't the issue, though. It's just reaction time is the issue, so. Because I am thinking, increase the speed of movement and attacks. We're not really doing a lot of repeated attacks, though, so. Other than the repeated bounce. But it is tempting to take that to really push the fight, but we still... Well, let's try to stay on course for now, but that's an option I'm keeping in mind for an optimization we might want to make. Feels like the Metroid screw attack, actually. I was originally thinking, you know, it's kind of like the Donkey Kong roll with that downward motion, but it is actually the Metroid screw attack. Nope. Nope, just dove right into it. We have had some good attempts. Those were a little while ago. We had several consecutive attempts taking the flyer down. If we can get back to that, that would be ideal. If we can just figure out what we were doing right. Let's redo this. Come on. Oh, it's just simple stuff. At least we're building up some silk from wiping against that, although we're already within range of getting a full bank of silk anyway from the cocoon itself. Sometimes with some fights we found it advantageous to break the cocoon late. So we expend some silk first and then break it for a quick replenishment. I don't know if we want to do that here. I mean, we're likely just not going to hit it along the way anyway, so should maybe not mess around. We had some good consecutive bounces on that previous attempt too on the flyer. Oh, and then now it's a mess. Oh, it came down quickly, but now we're almost dead. And we got jumped. Okay. He does a bit of a roar before the jump, but if I'm already heading in that direction, that's something we need to listen for. There is an audio cue for the jump that is kind of subtly distinctive. You really need to know how to tell your roars apart, though. Okay. Let's just back down. Flyer's down nice and low. That's great. Oh, nope. Wrong button. Yeah, we need to completely unbind the R button, I think. It's just too much of a nuisance. You see, with one of the Switch 2 grips or controllers with the GLGR, that would have been ideal for rebinding a bit in this game. But again, I think it might just be a problem specific to Joy-Con 2 with the very long L and R buttons that can easily be accidentally pressed, depending on how you're holding the controllers. This is the first game we've had that issue with, though, because we've done so much dashing here and there. And I played Prince of Persia with my Switch 1 Pro controller earlier in the year. The issue with that was, again, stick drift. We've had persistent issues with that on the old controller, so... which I've had since 2019, I think, so that was not completely unexpected as a sign of aging, but... oh, no, let's redo this. See, this looks very doable right now, which is why we're pushing against it. At the beginning of the stream, it did not feel doable, when we were still trying to play this as Reaper. But I feel like I have a working approach. It's just that it needs more accuracy and slightly better fortune when it comes to the jump attack coming in from off screen, which we have quite a bit of trouble reacting to, since I'm not exactly listening for it when we're way off, nor can we see the landing position. So a lot of things can go wrong. Absolutely one of the harder non-boss encounters that we've seen so far, and there have been several challenging non-boss encounters in this game. Okay, now we're getting stuffed. Yeah, got 3 masks back that time. That was not too bad. Okay, flyer down. flyer down, 5 mass, lots of silk. And we're falling apart already. Just need to tap him and watch for a jump. Nope, missed that one. We really need to heal off of that. No. I think I whiffed a dive that time. I think I was too shallow on a diagonal or something, or maybe standing too close. And it did not get me into the rolling state. Yeah, 06i, I did beat this guy to get into Hunter's March, but remember, I exploited his positioning to get into Hunter's March. I basically prevented him from ever doing the jump. And so I just trapped him in the burrow back and forth and whittled him down because I found a position on the way into Hunter's March to prevent him from ever getting the jump. And of course now I'm playing as Beast, which is a bit of an adjustment, but which has been, for this fight, a very positive adjustment, I think. Okay. Now, there's a way to kind of back out of the roll to do the repeated roll against a flyer. Okay. No, that was a little too aggressive. I still have a little bit of trouble reading the safety zone on the Beast dive attack, like when you get into the attacking state. Because, yeah, if you're too close, if you're within the first few frames, you're not in the attacking state yet, and you're still vulnerable. Oh, come on. We're so close at this point. We've had several attempts now where we get into taking the flyer down with about 5 mass remaining. And then there's been a lot of room for choking from there. At that point, we maybe shouldn't be doing all the diving and jumping. At that point, we should maybe be kind of doing a hit and run and fighting grounded enemies straight on. The way that we were previously doing with Reaper anyway. Like, the roll is mostly to get over in the positions where we have to deal with fire. With the heal entirely. Nope, we're trapped. No. But we had to have a method for this. We just don't have the execution. And so let's see what we can do with it. We take the speed buff on the brew in conjunction with the self-heal. Maybe we can take enough swipes to self-heal a lot more efficiently than we've been doing. Oh no, it's just theory crafting here. A lot of buttons to press, so. Oh, actually, I snuck under that time. That's rare. We need to know when to just do a regular forward swipe to parry an attack. That's something that we haven't really been working into the repertoire just yet. Just from lack of finesse when it comes to timing. But it really does feel like a very doable fight for us. It's just that lots can go wrong. Oh, like that, for instance. Like that. Oh, got some mass back. And then now we're getting smoked. Couldn't get around, quickly enough. Overestimating my invisibility frames after being whacked. Not enough to get me through my ground. I'm glad I did have the insight to try this fight by beast, though. That was a major development. Okay. Nope. Nope. Smoked by everything. After trying to pop the heal. I want to read something quickly. Find to enter a Wild Fury and steal life from prey. Well, we know we have the life steal. I don't know if it actually gives you any kind of attack power bonus or something. I don't necessarily think so, but I wasn't actually clear on that. Like if it gets you any effect other than the life steal. Because that made a bit of difference in some of the fights earlier where we got through the fire really quickly. Nope, got trapped. Didn't really get anything done with the heal there. Okay. Almost enough for the heal, but nope, he jumped. Very difficult to read that jump. But yeah, I think after the flyer goes down, we stay grounded. I have the discipline to do so. And the speed to get out of the swipes. Nope. Sometimes things just don't go. Pretty low, but if we can get one heal off. No. That bounce was exactly the wrong angle, given their positioning relative to each other. Oh, come on. Yeah, just jumping right at the pole. It does give you the bounce over there. Just as some shoulder guidance. Oh, was hoping to jump around that. Okay, that was accidental parry there almost. Nope. Come on. So there's a particular trigger for when he does the burrow, but then doesn't attack and burrows back again. Like a particular out of range detection that happens to get him to keep moving. Where out of a certain range, I think when he unburrows, he does not take the swipe. That's why occasionally I'm expecting him to do a swipe, and instead he does something like a jump or a reposition. Because if I'm getting way out of range, past a certain point, the swipe is not the follow-up. Okay. Nope, got smoked. Okay. Down quickly. Maybe there is an attack power buff on. Oh. This. Nope, that was so close. But we got a little cornered in the end there, and since I was kind of in grounded mode, I was adjusting back to jump and dive mode. That was the closest attempt yet by some margin, I think, because we got several cycles of getting back into the self-heal after the fire went down. I do think that the bind effect, incidentally, does give you an attack power bonus. I feel like when we've got that going and we rush in, we are taking down fire a lot faster. That felt like the closest attempt by some distance. I don't know how many swipes we got in, but it was a good amount. It was a very critical mistake at the end. Nope. No, we're just not in position to allow him for this. Well, we're down to 1. If I'd managed to drop out of that to get the silk for another round of healing, that might have kept me around, but that was already a bit of a sloppy start. Massive choke potential in this fight as you get further in and start feeling really close to getting it done. But yeah, staying grounded for once the fire goes down does seem like the right idea. We just need a lot more discipline in terms of switching between those modes mentally. Nope. Standing there too long once we have the buff up. This feels beatable. We just might be here for a while to do it. A lot of things can go wrong. Okay. Not quite. Let's get some distance going here. Can kind of parry through that safely if you've got good timing. Nope. Nope, just too much of a jump. What a swipe. Oh, yeah, we forgot to swipe in very much at the beginning of the fight that time. Need much better directional control. Getting the wall jump off the left side might actually be helpful sometimes too. Because then at least we maintain enough height over the flyer to make sure we don't slam into it horizontally. Oh, that was too long. Flyer down. Okay. Okay, we need heal. Oh, no. Couldn't get around. I was trying to wall jump off. Too low. Knew the burrow was coming, we just didn't have a good exit strategy. Once again, got into the second phase, had enough silk for heal, just got pushed all the way back with the jump, and don't have a good solution to getting pushed back that far with the jump. I mean, maybe we should keep with the aerial strategy, given that we had timings down for that, even if it's not, strictly speaking, as safe as staying grounded and just trying to go back and forth. The problem with staying grounded and playing footsie is that you get in that pattern, you just get stuffed out the side of the room. And if he keeps jumping towards you, well, I mean, you can slide under him if you read it correctly, but if you don't get that chance to get under him when necessary, then you're in big trouble. Nope. Missing down attack completely here. Okay. Down to 1. If we can sustain this. And not get caught out of position by a jump or something. How do we die to that? I thought it was in rolling state, but I think sometimes we're not angling properly, and yeah, but it's, you have to, you see, 90 degrees straight down, just roll is in your facing direction. But if you're at too shallow an angle because you're also doing diagonal aerial movement into it, then, or if you're standing too close, as we found, then a roll attack actually hurts you instead. So it is very high risk to play that way. Which is why I was thinking that maybe we should have stayed grounded in the second phase, but if you can really call it a phase. Yeah, it's down. No. Yeah, occasionally just don't hit the down input, unfortunately. Nope, and then that's too long. Yeah, if you're too far, then it also doesn't hit. Like, you need to control your distance or how close you are. You can't be too close, you can't be too far. Or detect and the roll as an attack. And there's a certain window where it hits. But we're getting there. Clearly we should be taking the buff off of the bind for burning down the aerial attacker early, especially if we can get some healing off of it, like right now. Nope, missing the down attack. Missing the direction. No. It's too high on the ceiling. When it's that high on the ceiling, we're under it. If you're under it, you don't get a roll attack. Just need to be let down a little bit before we roll repeatedly in those situations. Nope. Okay, that's down. And we actually have heal as well. Let's set it up. Nope. Too far. Too far, and then we got completely trapped out of position. Once again. Yeah, can't do the dive attack from that distance. It's just not going to work. We were doing okay that time, too. Yeah, the attack power you get off of the Beast Bind actually does seem pretty substantial. Is it down yet? Not yet. Now it's down. Full health. Full silk. How could it go wrong? Any kinds of ways. Got him. Full health. That was really satisfying to figure out, actually. One of the harder things we've done in this game, not the hardest, Beastfly took me longer. This and the Craw fight in Craw Lake are kind of in a similar place in terms of being as difficult. Do we really just get currency off of this? I guess we do. Actually, no, this is rosaries though. Lots and lots of rosaries. So we'll gladly take it and hopefully not lose them all. We'll check the wall too to see if there's anything beyond. If not, but that's actually a substantial amount of currency. Enough that we should think about what we want to buy with it before we lose it. So currently we've got 120 off of this. We've got 220 off of this. 340 and 305, so we're sitting at over 600. I am, of course, thinking about the most expensive thing that we've seen so far in this game, which is the multi-bind for 880. We can also conceivably spend the heavy rosary necklace and then get that key, which costs 500. That might be something interesting. Yeah, so either that or the multi-binder for the heal. Now, we don't want to risk those 305, though, so we don't either want to spend soon or burn a certain premium to put them into necklaces. There is, in Bellheart, I think, a rosary trade that is 140 for 120. And we should very strongly consider that just to bank up. Unless I have a clear idea of what I want to spend. But the key looks appealing right now as the next thing. It's just that if the key unlocks, you know, some other boss that I am underpowered to fight, then... Well, who knows? Maybe I could get you some substantial item. But anyway, that was really satisfying. Let's keep going and see what else we can do. We are going to switch back to Reaper first. I'm glad that we finally got really good use out of Beast, because we were looking for an opportunity to show what it could do and give it a proper display. Did I actually check that left wall in the top room? Let's check it again. It might just be currency here, but... you never know. Yeah, there's nothing else. But this was a lot of rosaries. This was much that we don't want to squander. So if we spend 280 of it, maybe that will secure it. I actually think we might want to buy necklaces and secure it, instead of purchasing anything else in the immediate future. But because given that we have to spend one of the necklaces in order to get the key anyway. Yeah, I think we should secure it. That's assuming that the premium is just 20 for that. I mean, let's think about this. Yeah, let's go to Bellheart, I think, and just secure the rosaries. And then that way we can work towards the really expensive stuff. The key might be interesting, but I think I want to explore more and just collect naturally towards it, and we can kind of make decisions about whether to go for it later. Because I just think the multi-bind as something that costs 880 is clearly something that's going to be a very substantial boost to our healing ability. And of course, there might be more that we want to spend on along the way as well. The reason that I want to keep some necklaces in reserve is also for things like maps. So let's get back into some fast transportation, possibly, before we lose everything. Or we could open up this bench that's kind of between deep docks and our fields. Or we could just go up the Bellheart. No, I think we're going to go down to deep docks and go down to the fast transportation there. And hopefully not die along the way. Oh, I mean not die along the way. That implies, among other things... Oh, we actually don't have the compass on right now. I should put that back on too. But that comes with getting back into Reaper. Well, Beast had a good run. Let's get into the Reaper here. I actually think that the Curve Claw might be pretty good against the Craw enemies that bounce back and forth. It feels like it might actually be a reasonable counter to that. But anyway, back into this. That's the other thing too, we didn't even have the poison going for the sub-weapons when we were in Beast. Just noticed. Also, we never really followed up on what was going on with the statue here where there was the NPC, right? It was normally camouflaged in here. I'm gonna try to play the music here actually to see what happens, if anything. Maybe nothing. Yeah, something would happen if that were so. So maybe not. Unless I'm supposed to wait for some further reaction. Let's try this one more time here. I notice no change. Okay, so maybe that's not it. We knew that the needle in can open certain kinds of doors. We have seen those doors in the maps. That is something that we should consider. Anyway, let's not die while holding 300. That's the name of the game here. That was a good bit of fighting, so let's just get back to doing some patient exploration, I think, just as a bit of a cool off from that. Okay. Did we want a top path or the lower path down to Ox Transport? Let's decide that as we go. Whoa. I don't even remember what this path down here was like, to be honest. Whether it was actually simpler. Or if you have a lot more fighting to do. Oh yeah, we have to get back into my Reaper swipe now, after getting used to the beast. Let's not die to anything here. Oh. We better heal up. Maybe collect some rosaries off of some of these ones along the way if we can. Assuming they don't all drop down below. And then left and down. Might as well. These guys have rosaries. Then one rung down for transport, as the sign says. Okay, so we've got 320. We've got quite a lot more necklaces besides. I'm going to preserve these as necklaces. I have been underusing that because, you know, I was reluctant to pay that 20 rosary premium on a lot of those conversions, but we've had enough incidents at this point that if I'm building up towards something like the 880 in multi-bind, I think we do need to play it safe. And we can also see if Belhard has been restored, because we did pay 250 for that restoration quest on the board earlier, and we don't know how long it takes to build or what kind of trigger allows that to happen, so let's take a look to see if anything has transformed here. Not yet by the looks of it, but maybe it'll come later. What are you saying here? That's background. So, yeah, this was the conversion here, 140. I think these give you 120 back afterwards. I don't want to get to a spool fragment yet, simply because I want to collect one half first and then complete this half, in case we want to spend on something else in the meantime. And yeah, multi-binder, I think, really is something I want to work towards. Probably replacing the bell. Let's just see if there's anything else going on here first. That might be new, because we haven't seen the fruits of the supposed restoration just yet. And then nothing new here. Even though we're close to what is supposedly the final climb. Okay, let's convert. And let's make sure that this was in fact 140 for 120 as I suspected. Just so we don't have any surprises. Yeah, 140 for 120. So better that than to do the 80 for 60 or something like that we've seen elsewhere on the map. At this amount, I think we have learned a lesson about playing it safe. You know, farming up 40 again is not a big deal, so farming up 300 again is a very big deal. Okay, in that case, we've got a lot of choices. Now, we didn't manage to find enough of the bells in the tunnels. I feel like there are certain parts of them that we actually can't access yet or need to approach from a different location. I know that among the things that we want to check are the Needle-in doors. There is one, by the looks of the map, in the Moss Grotto where we came in originally. There's one over there on the right side of the far fields. We also want to complete some of the other spaces in the map that have been just waiting for several of our traversal powers to kick in, including being able to get up higher in Greymoor and Craw Lake for a further ascent upwards. I think we're going to start with the Moss Grotto door just to see what's going on there. And just in case that allows us to fill in the fruit quest as well, since that's been a dangling item for some time. So let's see what happens. Let's see if there's anything else on the bone bottom board as well. Nothing that we haven't already accounted for. So down to the grotto we go. Having built the bridge, I don't think I'm allowed to break it. So we'll go down the other way. And also see what else we might have newly uncovered along the way. Nothing much that I can see. Let's go down. Also, with this kind of door here... Oh, let's try it. If the Needle-in isn't something that you need to use in a high-pressure situation at a moment's notice, I may legitimately put on something like Right Stick, as reluctant as I am to ever put anything on that. On first arrival here, the nesting creatures didn't take kindly to my passing. Oh, they're cranky bugs all right, and they made an awful mess down here with their hatching and breeding. Give my many thanks for seeing them off. Yeah, we need to look for the fruit as well. We can eventually find it. Let's just head down. Oh, actually, no, this goes back down to the lower location. We wanted a right side location. I believe, judging by the map, that this is what we need. Yeah, it's in the early game segments that we feel the attack power increase from the sharpened needle. So yeah, definitely this is a Needle-in gate. We should have taken a bench nearby. Oh well. Guess we'll learn that the hard way. So door's shut, and weave nest rather, Atla. Atla shrugged. It looks a bit. Is this a light that's pokeable or hostile or what? Guess we won't know right away. I feel like it probably is something that we can tap or something, but let's see. Maybe. Maybe with an item. Well, we'll see. Let's keep going. New zone here as well. This looks like it's a lift or something that can be activated. Something activatable anyway. Let's try the Needle-in. Other than the doors, we don't know what that interacts with yet. So. Interesting. Do we take out some of this? Take out the lights? Oh yeah, we totally take it out. Now what happens? Opens a passage, maybe? Don't know what that does. I mean, I guess it gives us more lights. Oh. A rune depicting the weave nest. Yes, we'll take the map. And then that tells us that there is a way to go down since we've activated whatever lift that may be. Okay. Wow, that sends us way down. I wonder if we can push into the right side to go. I mean, there is this right side passage, right? So. But it sends you down so quickly, I don't think we actually get to interact with that. If you step on it, it's just going to take you down. So to get up there, I mean... That's also a very Metroid-style trope in a way. To have some kind of side passage that will get you in through a lift. Let's see. There is something in the bottom right that is some kind of enterable location. We do want to potentially look for benches as well, so lots to look at. Let's try right side first. Oh. Goes down quite a ways. Okay, that's interesting. Who's there? Has someone come to free me? Or are you here to bring my end? I am Hornet prisoner, only a traveler, and not here to slay you. What cause sees you caged in these ruins of Weaver's past? Were you their enemy? This is Ava. No, not their enemy, and a prisoner not through malice. I am Ava, a thing difficult to describe, a child of Weavers, yet not quite their kin. I feel like we have a certain kinship here with Hornet's situation. It's strange. Like I said, that description could fit me as well as yourself. Child of Weavers, and not. I can detect your Weaver strain, yet you are different from them, and from me, a shifting, blended thing. What are you, creature? Step closer, lady, that my senses would better understand your nature. We're getting into a fight. We don't have a bench anywhere nearby. We haven't taken a bench in ages. That's okay. Safe passage all the way here, so let's just do it. You see one's nature, Eva. It is a skill far beyond bugs. One not without cost. My sight perceives a bug only through the imprint upon their soul. You speak of their crest, the signifier of a bug's essence and their invisible yoke born through a lifetime. Crest, yes, the old Weaver term, a simple word to attempt description of something so profound. But wait, your own nature, is it? Lady, permit me to look deeper still that I may offer clarity. Allow insight, yes. Is that a fight? Or something else entirely? Let's see. Evolved the crest of the hunter. So one thing we were talking about earlier was what is the benefit of staying on hunter when Reaper seems like a kind of strict improvement to it. But I guess if there's a way to upgrade each of the crests, then yeah, strike enemies repeatedly to build focus, because then you can kind of mount your attack power through a streak. Interesting. And then, of course, it will switch you into that right away, because that's what happens whenever you interact with something involving crests. Incredible. Your nature is so unlike mortal bugs. Yours is malleable, transitory. It is a marvelous thing, worth my long life to behold. If in your travels you are able to further evolve, return to me. With what power I possess, I may be able to aid you further. Thank you, Ava. If my nature expands as you say, I shall return. Well, you know what? Let's speak again and to see if this affects any other crests. No, I guess not. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with that. I kind of want to see if that affects the slots on it as well. I mean, it resets the entire hunter spec, though. That's the thing, is that it gets us back to clearing all the slots. Having replaced the original one. So we do need to get back to a bench in order to fill that in. But yeah, we're back on hunter. And let's continue up and see if we can find something to sit on. Oh, like right here. How convenient. Alright, so... long pin or curve claw, what do we think? I really like the long pin. I mean, obviously, having it back on the top input is going to be a problem for muscle memory, maybe, but we haven't gotten much use out of the curve claw yet because we've only really taken it into one fight where it wasn't that applicable. So I'm kind of tempted to keep at it as well. It's something we'll switch between, I think, depending on what we're doing. I think in the interest of trying out the Hunter Crest a bit in its improved form, we'll stay on Hunter for a bit. We may eventually want to go back to Reaper for that downward movement and for our added range of upgrades. But for now, we'll go back on the pouch, back on compass, and back on magnetite. Yeah, maybe we should do more curve claw. Just to get a little more accustomed to it. I do like the long pin though, especially with the poison. Well, let's stay on long pin for now. Now I did use up all my memory lockets for the time being, so it does give us an incentive to improve Hunter at some point. Is it safe to step into? Yes. And then this takes you over this way, which does what? Interesting. Pretty deep in at this point. Oh, that looks like it's trying to hit me. Oh. We better heal up first of all. Yeah, don't have muscle memory yet for... There we go. Okay, there we go. That's what we keep the armor penetration. Let it drop down below. Let's stay up high for the time being. Ah, here it is. Finally. Well, no, you gotta be kidding. Wait, then how do we... I didn't manage to retrieve that, did I? We lost a berry. I wonder if I could just come back to this room and get it again then. Well, now we're diving into absolutely everything. We just need to pick up that berry. That was all there was to it, and so now we've managed to flub it. Okay, we're close to the bench. Just build up a little bit. Try to get enough going here for self-heal. Yeah, poor mossberry. I mean, what's the only location we've found for it? Surely we can get it back. Oh, also, yeah, I'm on diagonal again. I have to remember that. We should have stayed on Reaper for this. Because look at this mess. Well, we can get back here pretty easily if we do take a death. It doesn't show if you're doing more damage. I don't know. I haven't had a streak yet, really. I don't think I've actually had the focus build yet successfully. Because we keep taking hits and haven't really done anything consecutive. So, let's see. I'm a little... You know what? What with this? There we go. Better. We're running out of resources for that though, but we can tap. Try to tap some more from down below. Okay. Put out the light. We'll get up here. No, it's just light source. I'd really like to get that mossberry back, but I feel like it has to respawn after we leave the room. After finally finding one. Another light down there. This is a pretty lengthy sequence. It looks of it. And then we can complete this, whatever it is. Maybe it loops back to the main section of the Moss Grotto overlook. Ooh, this is big. Okay, it's a fight. Moss Mother. Oh, this Moss Mother. Yeah, good old Moss Mother, except it's hard mode. Maybe. Everything's coming down. I mean, there has to be an additional phase, I'm sure, given there's no way it can be this simple. Oh, more Moss Mothers. Okay, that's why. Oh, we better heal up. Nope. I don't have the bell on for Hunter, that's right. Okay. I guess we have to get back there then, to cover what we can. Much as I would like to try out the new Hunter improvement we have, for the purposes of getting through this section, I think I'd better get out of that diagonal and get back onto Reaper. Oops. Yeah, we don't have the Hunter buff going yet, but I feel like it's too much of an issue, particularly because we have the healing bell as well on Reaper and more weapons and everything. Am I not resting on the bench? Okay, let's rest on the bench. So let's rest on the bench. And yeah, let's get back to Reaper, and let's also not fail to collect the mossberry. I'm glad we took the necklaces now. Given how far out that is, it's entirely possible we don't make it back there for the run. For the Moss Mother situation. Oh yeah, that one. That's fine, we'll... Whoa. You see, this is why we take Reaper, so we don't fall off a cliff every time we tap into something like that. Can we please? No. Oh, we got it. We got it. Caught it on the way down. Okay, great. I was slightly terrifying. Better. This one we can poke from below. Which we'll need to because we have to heal now. Yeah, we'll just stay up top, and then that will be our route back. Alright. Let's get into the fight. You are allowed to retreat out of it if it's the cocoon is that close, of course. I guess you can bounce around the way over. Maybe. Oh, that's a lot of moss everywhere. Nope. Not a lot of space to work with. We need to change up our tactics a little bit, probably, but I actually think Beast might not be bad there, just because you can lifesteal off so many things. Maybe, in theory. I mean, we also really like that angle of approach for aerial enemies on Beast, but I think we'll stay on this plan just because the platforming back there is easier as Reaper form. So this guy, can you go around this window? I think you can. I'd rather not deal with him if we don't need the Mossberry. Maybe need to use the spear more strategically in that fight as well. Okay, you know what? Let's just keep going. Oh. Okay. Let's just take them down. I want to maybe focus down one Moss Mother. I wonder if that works. Oh. No. Wonder how many Moss Mothers we get into by the end of it. Okay. Oh. Oh. Just trying to go spear. Again, muscle memory issues here from changing our controls. Still for the better, I think. But we're going to have a few issues here in a moment. Came down at one point, and whoops, bad landing. Yeah, I was thinking if we have a whole bunch of those small ones down at the bottom, we should be clearing with the spear. We Do need to remember that I moved where I was binding it. Still don't really know if we'll keep that rebinding. That's the problem with rebinding controls when you're 20 hours into a game. Nothing quite feels comfortable either way. And again, we still don't know if the needle in at a later point in the game is something that we need to use in a time-sensitive situation, like mid-fight or something, because that could affect the sensibility of the control scheme as well. Okay, we did pretty well early that time. Had a lot of taps in on the Moss Mother. Oh. This was not so good. Okay. Oh, didn't expect to dive that quickly. Try to focus down one if we can. We don't have enough. I wasn't watching my silk. I was trying to get a spear down, and we didn't have enough silk by any means. But yeah, you can clear the entire floor with one spear if you have a spear available, and we really do need a spear to be available to play that sanely. Yeah. We'll need to spend that one to heal. Oh, not enough for the spear. Nope, just couldn't get out there. If we had a spear, we'd clear the floor. But they're still going to heal too recently for that. Whoops. That's okay. Not a big deal. If we can heal up, then we will, because we'll get silk off the cocoon anyway. Yeah, to clear the floor with the spear, that's the idea here, and just not get too stuffed at the set. Okay, not sure where that's coming. Okay, that actually cleared the floor quite nicely. And then yeah, it's still at decent health. Oh, got caught there. We'll need to heal here. Unfortunately, that means no spear for this round. And then we're going to get into a bit of trouble now. So I see one stunned like that. I wonder if we need to stun them at a similar time or something. Or if maybe they endure several stuns and have a separate HP pool, as you would normally expect. And yeah, you're saying they have a lot of health. I mean, relative to the original Moss Mother fight, certainly. But I wonder if there's some kind of condition to how you take them down, like whether you need to take them down together, or I don't think so. I don't see any visual indication of that, but it's always worth considering if you find them suspiciously tanky. I think they probably just have to go through multiple stun cycles. I mean, again, as long as we retain a good resource pool for spears for clearance, then we're okay. It's just that we can't afford to take too much damage and burn too much silk on heals. So I'm trying to look for a visual cue of where ads are coming down, as opposed to rocks. I think there is a cue. Oh, spawning a second one already. Okay. Nope. Yeah, too many issues here. Okay. Nope. Wasn't watching my master. We had enough silk for heal, but again, that was one of those situations where we're choosing between the heal and the spear, and we just need to not take that much damage in the natural course of the battle. And we'll just back there patiently. Given that we're at full silk, might even be worth it to not hit a cocoon right away if we want to just get into the fight first and then hit it later after we burn some resources. I mean, difficult to avoid, I think, but we better not take that risk. It does give you an early heal and some early silk. Wow. A bit more punishment than usual here. Oh. We actually should be using the uppercut attack a lot more than I have. Nope, did that too early. Way too early. Need more silk. Nope. Okay. The thing about using the bind is that you can pick up a decent amount of silk to use for things like spears afterwards. Oh, getting hit a little too much here. Let's get heal back up for the next one. Alright, well, too late. Further than before, at least. Much further than before, we just need to avoid some rocks. And it's in keeping with much of Silksong, and that's a reasonably gentle run back. Definitely susceptible to error if you're not careful, but again, maybe let's save the Cocoon and pass the first heal if we can, just to take advantage of as much silk as we have available. Difficult to avoid in this position though, so. Right. Yeah, you're not going to avoid it in that position, it's just going to hit. I'm liking playing Reaper here though for the repeated bounces. That was better, waiting for enough to spawn to make that efficient and worthwhile. Oh good, we were just out of range of the attack. I was about to hit and cancel the heal, but at least we do have to protect the bell this time. Oh, nope. I have to watch my silk to see if I actually have enough for a spear when I try to use it. There's been a repeated mistake. Oh, no, standing too close. And just got cornered. Oh, this one. Yeah, no, I don't want to deal with it. No need now that we have the quest filled. Oh. Let's just build up more silk for the rest. Well, I guess we'll need to heal out of that again then. That's okay, we've got lots of things to poke on the way over. For silk generation purposes. Oh, and of course we just lost a point again. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, we'll just get into the fight. 1 point down, that's okay. Yeah, when you kind of swipe off to the side like that, you actually get a really good bounce too, just at an angle like kind of a top diagonal. Oh, nope, got hit by a rock. Really do need to watch those columns. Yeah, this is a problem. Nope. Too many things to watch. Which is usually where the difficulty in the boss encounters in this game come from, just watching lots of moving parts. They're attentional checks more than anything. Oops. Those track you quite a long way. Getting a good bit of that spool back. So if we can avoid popping a cocoon immediately, we should, but no, it's again in this position here that we'll almost certainly just hit. Okay. Oh, no. Should have healed first before we tried that. Okay, let's just watch the columns. We'll be fine. There we go, clear. Taking a little too much damage though. We do need to get into a heal, but I think clearing space was more important in the medium term. Oh, that was close. Nope, need to heal up here. Got it. Did dodge the rocks just barely. Nope. Getting too close here. Nope. And positioning. Feels like we're fairly far along in that encounter. But a lot of sloppiness to get out of the system along the way. So I'll just replenish again here as before. Going into the fight, and again, let's try to conserve silk if possible, but if not possible, then it's more important to just mitigate damage. Just one moment. Okay. Okay, let's step back and approach patiently. No need to rush it, just need to conserve resources and avoid damage. And things will get chaotic soon, I'm sure. There we go. And that way you have an extra heal and possibly an extra spear. This and then that way. That way we can get into a spear immediately over here. A little low on health now then. So we can tap this and we can get it. Oh. Actually getting some of that silk replenishment is very useful. We could just chain a lot of divines together. Could do that. Oh, got stuffed on the corner. Yeah, just ran into that one on the corner too many times. Sure, we'll let that one take a dive. Only has its own self-preservation instinct to blame. And of course, this is going to fall apart. It's okay, we can still build up a bank of resources. We have to remember that we can't just swipe into the float. Keep forgetting that. Yeah, there's a pretty significant landing lag when you try to swipe first. We know that, but on the spur of the moment, it's easy to neglect that little subtlety in your movement set. Okay, that's fine. We'll conserve Silk. We'll try to get a first heal down with some Silk replenishment, and then yeah, we'll see just how we do here. That's going to be the second one in already. Okay, just clear some space. 1 point of damage. Yeah, you can't stay up above them forever. They do charge up towards you, but that kind of diagonal does work out. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's not heal. We can build up enough without getting hit by rocks like we just did, and that might have been survivable. Yeah, very tempting to go beast on this one too, actually. Let's see if we can just tap that for some heals. Come on. Here we go. Okay, close to a full back there. Now this is on this side, that means we can attack a bit more aggressively on the left at the initial spawn. Maybe too aggressively. Nope, that's why we have extra silk available. And mine the rocks. Okay. The thing about the rocks is that they do a certain amount of friendly fire as well. Yeah, if you're off to the side a little bit, then you don't catch on the way up. Nope, need to get this back under control. guess they're kind of synchronized now. At least you can maybe take advantage of that. That's getting perilous. We can avoid some damage. Maybe we can get out of this one. Well, look at that. Saved by the bell. For one of them, anyway. And then we got hit by the other one. Okay. Furthest we got one kill on one of them. That actually at least gives us a sense of how much of a health pool we're dealing with. It would have been so easy to just kill the second one too, but I dove into it a little bit close. I don't know exactly what went wrong there, but same thing you usually see in most video games. You can sometimes get a little too delighted by a moment of success and then get trapped in a bit of disbelief that you actually got that far and accomplish what you did, and then the next task, the very next task, no matter how simple, will just fall apart quickly. Certainly we see that in games like Mario Maker all the time. Disbelief that you succeeded being the thing that kills you. Okay. Okay, let's just get out of this a little bit. Nope, got hit. We don't want to get trapped in a corner like that. Better swipe timing, I think, is going to be necessary here. Oh, that's not great. And we're in trouble once again. Couldn't quite get in a position for the heal. I mean, at least we've gotten far enough to establish that, yes, they are in fact killable after a while. Just happens to be a long while. I just stopped running into that first one. Just gonna miss this every time, aren't we? Okay, let's just keep going. We should be able to build up a full bank. Once again, going into the fight. And let's try to manage this. We'll stand on this side and just lead it over. I mean, if we have that initial bank of silk, we might even want to burn it on spears right away. And see what we can do with that. Oh, yeah. Nope, sometimes we're swiping too early and we just land on top of our target. That's absolutely been a problem. Just steady ourselves here. Sometimes need to use the air dash to get out of trouble, which we actually haven't been doing very much. Yeah, we need to not get cornered by the Moss Mothers themselves. That's, you know, repeated risk. Okay, let's try to find an opportunity to heal. Rather taking too much punishment on that. Well, a whole lot can go wrong. Nope, this one again. Every time. Well, let's take this one out first and then build up some power. You know, let's just skip over that. Simplify things a bit. Nope. Bit sloppy. We essentially have to pop the cocoon immediately when we get there, just because of all the damage inflicted along the way this time, so at a bit of disadvantage relative to the usual. You can actually deflect those as they come down, which is interesting. There's a fairly decent telephoto dive. Just didn't watch it. Nope. Nope. 8 heals. Oh, we're in bad shape. And intercepted. Yeah, it can't be direct on top of them. Need to be off angle a little bit. This is one respect in which maybe the Reaper actually can suffer slightly on this fight. You can do a pretty wide swipe with it, but on the downward movement, there is an issue with it, which is that it's very easy to position yourself by mistake directly on top when the enemy is about to ascend. Let's not bother. Okay. Oh, let's try to spear it right away, and I guess we spear that instead. Okay. Oop. let's be careful with the positioning here and not just jump around indiscriminately. We'll need to heal pretty soon. But we need a good position for it first. That was not a good position for it. Well, at least we can get Silk replenished quickly enough that we can usually heal up again before too long. Okay, we do want to position for a heal here when we can. And build up for another spear as soon as possible. We do have enough for heal again. Oh. We'll heal next if we are able. Yeah, we've got a decent amount of self-sustain in this fight, that's the thing. As long as we don't let the damage get out of control. And oh. Getting really close, I can't see where I'm going. Okay, saved that one. Just barely. The pattern's not getting more complicated, so I feel like this is under control. It would be miserable if we choked at this point. We're in a very good position, very strong. The fight has gotten easier. We're able to outpace. So we just need to be cautious. We should not lose at this moment. There we go. Is there someone back here? I don't know. Seems like a couple of things are outside. Weave light. Let's see what that is. Increases the speed of silk regeneration. I rather like that. We might even replace... Well, I mean, poison's good, but situational. We'll replace one of the two for sure, I think. The bells come in pretty handy in fights like this one, though. Where you get pretty quick regeneration off of that, so... Maybe we'll take the poison off, since, again, weapons have been pretty situational for us. But, yeah, we'll get back to the right and see what's in that middle section, and then who knows how we would be able to get to that opening that we see pointing to the right side. You're saying, so that's the soul catcher of this game. Yeah, essentially. A lot of things are analogous. I also wonder if there's something that I wouldn't have seen on the bottom layer. We traversed the top so often that we didn't really look at what's down here in the water. Okay. Let's... You know what, just get past him. Oh, that's just a bottom passage. That's nothing, then. Yeah, I don't think that was anything. That was just obstruction. And we'll just make it back patiently. Heal at the bench, and then let's try to reconfigure it. So let's see, what do we keep? We keep Venom, which has been useful whenever we do use the tools, just in terms of doing hit and run, but Bell in conjunction with this, well, maybe. Because we'll probably find ourselves kind of popping the heal a lot more often, in theory. I always forget that we're out of the bench momentarily. Let's take this off. We'll try it like this. I mean, it does maybe make the sub-weapons significantly less useful if we're not using them for the venomous hit and run, but no, I haven't had a good intuitive sense of how much damage we're doing with these anyway. I mean, obviously you can kind of poke some things from afar, and that's been very useful in terms of whittling them down by poison instead. Let's check the layer right on top of this one and see where it goes. If we can do it. I mean, the lift might not let me. It will seemingly not let me. I don't think I have a way of getting up there unless we have a wall jump. Oh, we do. Kind of. Maybe. Oh no, it's from the next room. Okay. That's what it was. Or was it? No, that already sends you down. Yeah, no, it has to be top left here, so we take the top passage like this. Okay, that works a lot better, because then all this explains how you get up to the right side here, which we should check first. Interesting. Actually, since we don't know where this goes and we do see the map on the other one... Oh, there's something glowing. We'll take it. Come on, there we go. Spent entirely too much on that one. What is this? Rune harp. Oh, okay, it's a relic, so we'll trade it in for a thick wad of cash. And that might even be enough to get me over 880 for multibind, which, if we combine it with the silk replenishment, maybe we really loaded on the blue buffs. What is this? This low her gaze escaped. Prepare, sisters, weave hope anew, that we might break free this accursed web, born of our naive foundation. So yeah, whoever's sort of in charge in the Citadel and is pursuing Hornet and is binding everything up in silk, did not manage to reach here to interfere with whoever was here. Maybe, unless... Well, we don't exactly have a good sense factionally of how the Weavers break down, whether these are kind of working against what was in the Citadel or something else. I think that's kind of the implication, but, you know, we're going to see eventually. But anyway, this sort of explains this idea of Weave Nest. Atla is that it was spared whatever was else was going on up top. This is also a passage. That looks suspicious, so... What is this? This is a new place. Whoop. That's thrilling. Yeah, that hits pretty hard, actually. Just need to stand back against it. Yeah, give it a wide berth. That's the idea. That's not wide enough. Gonna need to jump back. pretty far from the bench, but we... Ooh, this looks ominous. Yeah, we have the fire protection, we're just not wearing it right now. It's just... Oh, no, hang on. I was trying to zip ahead. We are gonna die here if we don't poke something. Oh, it is not bouncing. Good thing we're in Reperform then. Because we do need to make it back here safely if we... Oops, uh-oh. At least it's just a platforming segment. If it's just a platforming segment, that's manageable. Nope, that's it. Well, hopefully the cocoon is not wildly out of reach, because how much did we lose there? Not that much, actually, so... That looks like a sort of dead-end room over there as well, so... What we can even do is... check the left side above here first. If we so wish. As long as that's not too deadly in its own right. We would need to do something about that guy. Oh, just lead him back and then swat him back here. Whoop. Okay. Bad idea. We might lose everything. We're going to lose everything. Okay. That's if it wasn't actually that many rosaries. That was not very well planned. That's okay. Pressure's off. It was only about 40 rosaries. It wasn't awful. That's why it was a good idea to stuff everything in beads earlier. This was one where we were going Venom against it earlier too. What? You know what? Let's just pass it this way. What is even there, and how do we reach it? I can't seem to reach it. Can I just bounce off of this guy? Oh, not quite, because of the ceiling above him. I was hoping I could. Just trying to see if we have a platforming option to actually hit that. Let's try to dash jump from here. Also tried this from up above. Now that we've cleared the... Oh, come on. Another one? All right. Bust him down. Okay, now what is this? Okay, that's good, because we know where to buy another half. Oh, yeah, you'd think I'd recognize how to get one of those out in the open now, extending our thread. We know where to buy one for 270 up in Belhard. But of course, depending on our bank, when we get back up there and cash in a treasure, we should try to go for the 880 multibind first. But that's significant. Okay, now let's go back to the right side and see the platforming challenge there and see what waits. And expend this first just to get ourselves into a better position. When we dodge the early enemies that gave us some issues. There we go. Next one, you kind of need to jump back. Right, that's fine. Now for the platforming 7 at full health. No heal available for me though, not yet anyway. Oh, I should have thought about changing to the lava protection bell. Oops, wrong timing. Nope. Nope. No platform over there. It's okay. Be able to tap something briefly to build up again. I hope. Nope. Missed it. Missed it again. Nope. Even with the Reaper, it's not exactly straightforward. I thought it would be something like that, given that we got the thread item on the other side. Thread spool. Spool expansion. Whatever those are called. What are they called? Spool fragment, yeah. Okay, that was it for this one, so I think we've more or less cleared the zone. Which is nice. Got everything here, more or less. Lost some rosaries along the way, but not nearly as many as we've had to contend with in the past. And yeah, we've seen this before. I don't think that tells us anything we haven't already read. And let's just get back out. Now, I don't know what this bit is. That's something that looks a little suspicious. Oh, also... Oh, I see. That's the bottom of the transportation shaft. Which we know all about by now. See on the left side. Let's hit the bench first and then we'll head back up. Kind of wonder at this point if the Farfield's location with the needle and gates also gives you something like a crest bonus, crest upgrade. Might be worth checking. Don't remember what kind of door it was at the bottom of the deep docks. I thought it was a key door, but we will check. Or maybe it was an exit from something else. But yeah, priority right now will actually be to go to Bellheart, and we're going to cache the treasure. We will see how much we get off of it in rosaries. Notice too that from Weakness Atla that this area that it went to actually counted as part of the marrow. With the lava section that was, of course, beneath the pool of lava from up above. That's kind of interesting in terms of that geometrically making sense. That's something that kind of reminds me of Super Metroid, especially with, you know, the sand pouring everywhere in Meridia. And the way that you would have these topographical connections between rooms in terms of how they were layered over each other. Let's head back up, though. And we'll see what happens when we cash in the fruit quest as well. The mossberry quest. Since that's something new. And I don't even remember what the reward was for that. I'm sure it says in the quest log, or does it? No, it doesn't. So, we'll... Oh, give it to the druid. Give the mossberries to the druid of Mossholm. I don't remember what the druid was. But it was Mossholm, so... not far. Yeah, no, up there. No, I remember. That's in the room that's off to the side in Mossholm. Okay. So we'll go there first. Okay, let's play. Yeah, at this point, let's head up. Oh, except we have the bridge here. Can I actually destroy the... Oh, I can. In spite of the fact that I paid to build a bridge, we blew it up again. Can I build another one? I'm kind of curious. I guess, yeah, if you build a bridge and you blow it up, then you can't just build it a second time, unless they rebuild it the next time you're back in the zone. So I guess we'll be falling back down many times to come. Well, can't be blamed for the flimsy architecture. Let's hit this. And yeah, obviously we can absolutely afford the key for 500 if we cash in some of our rosaries, but instead of doing that, we're going to first of all do the druid quest, which will require me to take the lift. And yeah, right side and up top. I think we'd know how to fight those by now. And you already got most of those rosaries back from the batch that we lost, so not too big a deal, not as badly clubbed as many incidents past. And then we take the passage up top, I believe. What was down here? Have we been here? I don't know that we have. Bells galore. Oh, maybe we have. I don't see anything notable. Anyway, but the druid. As promised, druid, I have your berries. What is your need for such common fruits? I wouldn't call them common, given how difficult it was to find a third bunch. Or how long it took. It wasn't difficult, it was just way out of the way. Yeah, exactly. Common? No, no. Special, cherished. Only a druid knows it. Berries bright. For my wish is so dear. Of course, we'll give it to mossberries. This is them, the precious promised fruits. Now, given that we have a bench right here, hopefully we get something that we can plug in. Drop them in, there they go, and now at last we can begin. What have we concocted? Ah, oh, the smell is right like the others, but very young. Oh, voice of the woods, oh, dance of the queen, oh, oh, beat harder, let us hear it. Oh, oh. The pain, my mind aches. Why, the berries, the nasty fruits, oh, the visions. You, wish promiser, wish granter, you brought me what I needed and stayed by my side, a companion through my ordeal. I could ask for nothing more. So we just need to be the safety companion while the Moss Druid just gets drugged out, I guess. And for departing, a gift, an amulet of we druids, or me druid, no others, I think. May it ease your sorrows, wish granter, may it cry for you when no tears are left. Druid's Eye, now what slot is it? We've got so many in the blue slot. Ooh, interesting. As the bearer takes damage, the amulet weeps a green elixir that will form into silk. Yeah, I mean, you know, if we want to go really heavy into silk regeneration on both counts, that might be interesting. We want to go really silk heavy. I kind of like the idea of just stacking these both. We'll see how it works out. Might as well experiment. I do like the warding bell, though. It got us out of quite a bit of trouble. But we've got some new toys. Let's play with them. The moss berries. My wish was granted, but cleared that more are needed. Precious rosaries for fresh berries. I have not found any berries, so who knows where else we can get them. Oh yeah, totally stepped in that trap. Anyway, let's not step on every trap. We've been through this whole area before. I don't think there was anything else for me to see, really. Oh, got caught. Okay, in that case, I think the next idea is back to Bellheart. And we'll see what a ash pile is like. Oop. See, this is what happens when you blow up the bridge. Okay, seen a good bit of this at this point. Let's hop on. Yeah, clearly more to explore around here since we never did properly figure out the rest of the collectibles in this area. The tunnels above and below. Fancy buying something special before your task whisk you away. Oh no, we don't want to buy something yet. We want to cash in a relic first. See how valuable that is. I smell something on you. Heavy with the past you are. You have a relic for me, don't you? Yes, this fits my collection well. Look then, look at what I have. Okay, that was a good amount. Words of a weaver from the nest beneath bone bottom. Hide her deep, to despise a child. Our shame shone in shell of iron. She is a wish cast vain, divinity mimicked in form too frail. That is obviously talking about Hornet. Although there was that Eva creature down below as well that we found. Creature, entity, consciousness, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Actually, no, that is what it would refer to, I think. Because you got the shell of something glowing there. Maybe so. That's alright. Mossbag video waiting to happen. That'll save us all. Okay, let's take a look at what else we have. We have both of these benches. Oh, why is there a bench to the left? Is that new? No, this is just referring to a bench in this room. There was a bench up above as well. Why is there a bench up above? That was the one close to the boss area. I feel like we should check upstairs because maybe the restoration that we paid for will be revealed up there in the former boss room. Because I don't remember that bench being there. Oh no, that's the one that you get at the end of the boss fight. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Paid for nothing? Well, nothing yet. It might be something that is locked behind some other quest or zone progression. We don't exactly know what the triggers are. Anyway, we are sitting on 140. I actually do kind of want to see if we... Well, let's see what we can afford at the moment. So, what have we got? 220 and 240. That is 460. 460 and 120. That is 580. 580 and 143. We are at about 720. We're still quite a ways off from getting the 880. So we have two choices. Either we pay for a spool fragment now that costs 270 and have a kind of an immediate benefit, or we save up for the multi-bind, which is not going to be too far away. We always wanted a little bit of cash in reserve for maps, of course. I think what I will do is I maybe even pay 20 to make another necklace right now until we stash a bit further, maybe. If we pop one of these, this puts us just under the 270 that we need for spool fragment. I mean, it makes sense to get the second half of the spool fragment since we're halfway. And we'll want to buy it at some point anyway. So we can pop one of these. That'll put us slightly over by about 20-ish. Okay, yeah, you know what? I think we'll buy the spool fragment. Let's just do it. Or we pop this one? No, don't want to do that. Let's do this. Spend 150. Or we could, you know, hit some enemy nearby and farm up the rest. That's okay, we'll take this. And yeah, we'll take it. I do want to eventually work up towards both the key for 500 and the multi-bind for 880. Those are the kind of major objectives, but with the silk regeneration we have now and an enlarged spool of silk, I feel like we will do well. I still don't know how I feel about having reassigned the spear and other tools to X. Because, again, we had so many fights where we actually did make use of the spear on are that now I'm just not accustomed to it. Anything either way. Interesting that we're this far along with the Hunter's Journal. I mean, I'm expecting there will be, in the end, far more than 100 entries, but for the purposes of the quest, we're closer to the required 100 than I would have expected at this stage. We can take a look at what the halfway home quest is. I mean, despite how much trouble we have clearing craws. Or, I think actually the best thing to do at this point is to do a little bit more map clearance. Fill in this bit in the far fields, for instance. So which train do we take here? Right one, not which train, but which Belby stop. Or we could look into the halfway home quest, but yeah, because we've got lots of territory that we can reveal in Greymoor. Really? But I think I would like to do some map filling, and the natural one to go for is this spot here. Okay, in that case, let's take transport. 069, you're saying having the power item away from the movement button and near attack does seem good. Yeah. Again, it's in keeping with, I think what I had in Prince of Persia as well was, you know, Y on sword, X on projectile. And the issue is that, you know, if you do accidentally press it, if it were on R, it expends silk, and we don't want to accidentally expend silk. At least back when we had not yet expanded the bar, and expending any silk at all meant that you cut yourself off from the heal. Now we have a little bit more wiggle room, and maybe it's less critical, but yeah, we'll see what happens, and whether we are really accustomed to it after all. Let's go to far fields and make our way to the left and see if we can reach that spot that connects to the bench at the connection point to Deep Docks. So we'll just go left. Nope, oops. Should have actually watched out for some of this stuff. Got over here quickly. Also, have we seen this connection point? Yeah, that's just all the way up over there. Let's go down a lot faster now. Also, notice this thing here. I bet we blew this up. Oh, never mind. It's not something that'll drop on this. So let's see if we have the movement abilities to head up to the top section now. On the right, we should be able to. We haven't been here in quite some time since we... But last year we didn't have the wall jump, for instance. So now we can wrap around this whole area, and it goes up. We'll check everything. Really try to explore this whole room. More rosaries, we'll take it. Seems like a fairly simple area. Maybe that's deceptive, but who knows? Anything over here? Nope. We want to connect the bench. The fact that we have a bench nearby here with a connection here makes me think that we might even have some kind of big encounter nearby. Huh. But we'll see where this gets us. Oh, seems like it's more of a platforming segment, actually. Once again, good thing we're on Reaper. We'll land here. And then try to continue here. Oh, it's a flea, okay. Or, no, that's not a flea, that's an enemy. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a flea at the end of this. Oh, I see the green silk in a bar now. That, you have that replenished. I feel like there's going to be a big encounter on the other side. Or, ooh, interesting. That's a pretty pile. 112 there. This looks like it drops into something mildly threatening, though. No, this is just on top of an area that we've already traversed, I think. And it creates a ladder to go back up. So we've been here. And so now what are we doing for cash? We've made a lot back all of a sudden on 193. Plus 90 has 283. It's going to be a little over 400, a little over 600. Yeah. We'll probably want to beat some of those up as well, I think. If we're really serious about saving up. Either that or we could just spend 500 on a key, but multi-bind first, the key first. Well, we're so loaded with blue slots, modifiers at this point. On the other hand, we have another passage that we want to see on the east side of the far fields here. If we hit that bench, maybe we can go to the right side and see what that is. And yeah, the slightly fogged area to the left just now while we traverse that. Let's just go to the right and drop down. Oh, this is where everybody else was playing target practice. I don't think there was anything else in here that we didn't already see. Let's actually heal up. That was a bit deadlier than I supposed. Rather cutting it close there. Okay, so here there is another entrance of note in the bottom right. There is an area to float up to as well. Let's do both. No, not here. This goes to this side. Yeah, we'll do it. And yeah, this was where fourth chorus was. Much earlier. Oh, I don't think I actually saw this location before. Oh, no, yes we did. We saw this on the way over to fourth course when we got into that fight. Seemed like there was an upper area that we could have reached, though. The upper area for the fight. I glimpsed it just now as we were coming down. I wonder if we can traverse back up to the upper level now that we have some more powers to work with, like here. Oh, yeah, rosaries. Let's go for that. Need to fly accurately. And yeah, you're saying you could instantly kill fourth course from the top right. Yeah, we talked about it when I did the fight, because I noticed when I wrote the updraft that there was something there that I didn't really take a clear look at. And I didn't make up... Well, I didn't make any use of it, but someone was telling me at the time after the fight that it was actually a bomb drop or something for an alternate kill. I didn't get a good look at it, because we only sort of ascended that far with the updraft once. But I love that kind of thing exists. Kind of like the classic grapple kill back in Super Metroid. Well, I haven't been back here in a while. Let's talk. And nothing too new from the seamstress. Oops. That's okay. Take it, and then this one down here will have rosary, so we'll definitely take him as well. Oh, that was not very well aimed. I want to go to the right in the area that we have not really seen yet. Look at the beads get caught in the updraft, just to show you the finesse of the physics simulation in this game. And then, what do we do here? Up in the next segment. There's something about it that we couldn't traverse previously that almost certainly had to do with going up walls. Like this one. Now I thought you'd go up this. Clearly there's something up top there. We'll try to find a way. Possibly from this side. Yeah, there was some reason we couldn't get over here earlier. Oh no, I circled around the top already. Okay, yeah. That's not right then. We have to see how to get in there in the middle. Oops, nope. I was trying to do a running jump off of that. That was not nearly enough height. That kind of looks like a grapple point. Oh, you know, I bet it's dependent on some kind of grapple item that we don't have yet. I did see in the control map that there is a button for a harpoon on ZL that we don't have yet. So this absolutely looks like a grapple spot. many things that might solve some of the issues in this game that are as yet unaccounted for. But we did see that there was needle and gates on the right here, I think. Indeed there is. I don't know that we'll play much further today, but let's see the gate and just see what it is. Might just be another segment. We're not going to get into another big boss fight or something today, but we'll explore and see if it's a similar situation. Weave Nest Syndrome, yeah. Now, it looks like this ends quickly here, though. Unless we get into another map soon. What if we light it all up? There we go. Silk Speed Anklets. Draws upon to wear his own silk to increase sprinting speed. I like that. I don't know if I like it so much that we'll replace magnetite, but given that collecting loose beads has been really quite nice. But, well, we can see what a difference it makes. Let's see. Yeah, and eventually when we're comfortable with enough with the map, or if we're getting to a big fight, we can just take compass off. Pretty noticeable, actually. It's kind of nice that they have this here to demonstrate just what a speed increase it is. Feels really agile now, actually. Rather like it. I don't know if we like it so much to not take magnetite. But let's see. Yeah. Could be good for, well, various purposes. Let's take it. I mean, you know, if you're running around quickly, then you can also run around quickly to collect whatever you can. And here, we're just going to get back out then. And yeah, I kind of wonder what the upgrade distribution will be like on any later crests that we find. In a way, for instance, well, yeah, you know, Beast clearly has a different configuration of slots by just not allowing you to have blue. I guess that's for balancing issues. But I guess you just have to make choices. I mean, on one hand, I'm really glad that this game changed up a lot of the configurability from the Paper Mario-like charm system in the first game, which worked wonders because, you know, the Hollow Knight was kind of a reminder in some ways that Paper Mario was right all along about how to design progression systems for characters, but we must have been up here. Yeah. And certainly at first, it doesn't seem like you have as much mix and match flexibility without just having a single pool of charm points in this game. And by having this more restricted series of color-coded slots, but on the other hand, it kind of balances out the playstyle a little bit. You have to really pick and choose between categories of buffs. I don't know what I prefer, that or just, you know, freely stacking them with charm points. to combine whatever you like. Obviously, the charm system is more flexible in some ways, but here you still get just tons of configurability and playstyle. We know where to get various memory lockets off of shops as well if we really do want to pump up upgrades in one of these two. Well, let's just hit this bench first. And at this point, yeah, we're going to find a natural stopping place. Possibly we'll go up to Greymoor, actually, because then we can see about the Craw quest. Straight up Greymoor goes to one of those benches. And, of course, now that we have the ability to jump up walls, we could get a lot more exploration done in that zone as well. That seems like it's kind of the next major area to uncover. It could also be one of the routes for the Citadel climb, although there is the whole zone, again, left of the Shellwood that we have not really poked into just yet. So in that case, let's just head on up, I guess. Absolutely feeling the speed. It'll be interesting to eventually see speed routing through this game. With flexibility of some of the tools that you can acquire, you know, with the speed buff that we have here, for instance, being a little out of the way. And we'll see. Okay. Well, we can keep going. Could have taken a tram as well, I guess, but or the Bell Beast rather, which I keep referring to as a tram. Okay. Back up we go. Now we can take this bench here, or we can go to halfway home and see what the quest is. Maybe have that as our first item to talk for next time. I'm also kind of tempted to just check the top right now, just to see if we can ascend through that area. Just watch that get us stuck here for a great deal of time to come. For instance, now that we see there's a switch up there above the bridge, we hadn't really been able to go that high previously. Oh, can't reach that. I think it is reachable. No, not quite from here. With a little more finesse, maybe. It would have made sense to take the quest first, just in case there was something to explore around the zone to fill it in, but it's okay. We know that the previous obstacle here to progressing any further was the ability to jump up the wall, so we had not been back here since acquiring the cling. Oh, you think we remember how to fight these? But nope, they're as tricky as before. What was stopping us from getting up here previously? Oh, yeah, the wall climb. I think there was a particular wall climb that we couldn't do. And we just jump up this way. Yeah, I feel like we could have come up here previously. We just missed a particular spot. Perhaps. Maybe. This looks like it requires the wall climb, though. Oh, and we can unlock a power. This could be significant. Daughter of a distant land, we who remained have waited long. Bind our strength to yours, reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. What are we getting? These are usually pretty significant movement powers. Double jump, maybe? Threadstorm. And, oh, I see. It's a replacement for the spear if you want to replace the spear in one of your specs. We know what the Threadstorm looks like because in the boss fight against Hornet in the first game, we stepped into that way too often. We did see some of the enemies, in fact, in some of the zones in this game do their own limited version of it. So does it plug in immediately since you acquired it? I think it does, yeah. Well, we can try it out. Oh, look at how nice that is in terms of getting rid of these guys. So much better, actually. Couldn't have acquired it before the big craw fight, of course, just given how that was necessary to open up all the balloons. Okay, that seems like it's a nice thing to acquire and end on. And yeah, it'll lead to a bit more diversity now, too, between, you know, the shard tools being mid-range projectiles for us. I guess without the spear, we don't have a long-range projectile for clearing space like we absolutely needed to do for the Moss Mother fight, but also, didn't we see a bridge we wanted to cover? Oh yeah, we'll eventually have a lot to do on the top layer. That's okay. I think we're going to go to the halfway home and we'll pick up the quest and we'll stop there and at least see what the quest is, rather. Not exactly pick up. Yeah, you can see what's going on here. There was a switch at the end of the bridge up top. But that bridge will have to be accessed from above. Oh, nothing that we can jump on up here. Yeah, let's just keep on going then to the halfway home instead. I want to find up some rosaries before we explore too much more because we were sitting on so much. Actually, we're sitting on so much that we might be able to buy that multi-bind pretty soon. What? Didn't realize we picked up so much all of a sudden off of where we just traversed. 540 after this one. 660, 750-ish. Yeah, we'd better secure some of the rosaries, but we'll see how much more we collect. We have been to the downstairs. Yeah, you see you just burn those down really quickly. So it's kind of concentrated burst damage without... You don't get as much range for clearing small enemies like you do with the spear. But you do get very high burst damage on short-range targets. I think we like that. Here's the exhausted pilgrim. Hey sister, I'm sat here all bent and bedraggled, but you look fresh as the day you was hatched. How do you fare so well in these drenched and dangerous lands? Maybe you got a secret you could share. None that would offer easy aid, good bug. Whatever luck or savvy brought you this far, may it continue on your journey. Barkeep, I've seen your request at Belltown's wish wall. What assistance are you seeking?
There's a hole?
Ah, perfect. You're already able to sort. That'll make short work of the task. The problem is those blasted craws atop here. My roof is fast becoming a cozy nest. Now they've grown so bold, they're starting to attack pilgrims as they pass. You simply have me slay them, and your sturdy shell seems more than up to that task. If only it were so simple. If you're familiar with the Coen brothers film Hail Caesar, you would know what I'm thinking about when it comes to a particular way of reading that line. If only it were so simple. Kill the ones above and more, just keep coming. It's the warmth of this home, you see, draws them right in. If only it were so simple. I'm looking for a long-term solution. A scarecrow. I'll build the biggest there's ever been, so fearsome it'll keep those craws away for good. All I need is some rag pelt from the crawbugs themselves. Hunt them down, collect their pelts, and bring me back a heap of the stuff. I'll do the rest. Okay. Hunt crawbugs, collect the rag pelts. We'll get to it. Scroll detailing the scents and tastes of Farlam's various bugs and beasts. Oh, you know what? Let's take a look. How manageable is this? Let's... Okay. Oh, whiffed that completely. Got some rag pelt off that. They are actually a form of bug, not bird, I guess. So yeah, we need to hunt them all over the place. Well, like, it gives us an excuse to also traverse a bit more of the zone and see what else we haven't been able to reach. That looks like a spot that we can reach, for instance, that we were not able to see before. And yeah, having the thread storm ability might make this considerably saner as well. Ooh, look at that ninja bug over here. Shard bundle, yeah. We're kind of full up again after having expended so many of them in earlier points. Oh, let's not lose 400 rosaries all in one go. So we can avoid it. Yeah, we're trudging still quite nicely now, actually. Yeah, definitely enjoying the new ability. Whoops. So this probably gets you over to a switch for the bridge. That opens up so you can come in from below, which is great. Means that we have pretty easy bench access here, in fact. Okay, that's nice. It's a whole bunch at once. Now we can build up enough power to hook these ones as well while they're well out of the way. Instead of having to fight them directly. Oops. Nope. Oh, nope. That was rather bad. All the way to the bottom. Oh, we got to pick up some of what we missed from lack of magnetite. Help. And we'll see if we can just... Oops. Okay, that works too. I actually missed an input there. I wasn't expecting, rather, to be pointing up to use my curved claw. What are we doing for Act Belt anyway? Most of the way there, 16 out of 25, so just need to hit some of the big ones, and they drop so much at once. It's nice that we can hit them for once. I'm actually going to heal up now to mitigate risk. So we get a lot of silk back from doing so anyway. Yeah, look at that. Guess we didn't need to buy that one earlier after all. But I guess, well, the more the merrier when it comes to more thread. Don't know if there's anything else we want to look at here. Well, I mean, we know there are lots of craw bugs over on the right side, having had to deal with them repeatedly. So, might as well hit that zone and paste them once again. Oh, some rosaries all over the place, since, again, lack of magnet. Oops. There we go. I want to save that for the big ones, but that's okay. Okay, back to this old place. Gonna be pretty close to this stage, but getting a bit risky with the health. This one I think should be able to get me enough by itself. Whoa, that's dangerous. Do we risk it? Yes, we do. We should probably get back to a bench at this point, though. And if we take a death and lose 400 rosaries, at least we'll try to be in a position where we can get it back. And that completes it. Perfect. Okay, let's try to take a death. Let's go for that bench. And then return to quest. Or cash it in. Oh. That's rather too risky. We actually just have 500 by itself now to buy that key. We actually can do such solid hit and run tactics now. There we go. Okay, cash it. Welcome back, traveler. How'd you get along with collecting the rag pelt from those mangy crawbugs? Their squawking and crewing up there is starting to wear mightily on my patrons. Well, thanks to finding that ability in the top corner first, Here is the rag pelt, sir. I hope the amount is sufficient for your work. Aye, this should be enough. Once I find a quiet moment, I'll get straight to building that mighty scarecrow. With a little luck, my roof should be clear of those pests when next you pass by. Thank you kindly, traveler. And we'll maybe get a good look at what the scarecrow looks like. As payment goes, I've got something I think you'd make good use of. A spare crafting kit. I've been holding on to it for someone else, but they've been gone long enough now that I know they won't be returning. I saw one of those in a shop much earlier on. I think that's actually just a damage boost for the tool set, because the Forge Daughter in the Deep Docks, I think, was selling one of those. Wonder if they stack. They should. My tools should attain an even sharper edge. So yeah, because that is maybe a flat damage upgrade now. Find crafting implements to increase their lethality. Yeah, tool damage is now upgraded by 1, so you can actually stack tool damage by putting in some additional purchases. Now, we can, at this point, afford multi-bind. If we do, we'd be taking off one of the existing blue utility items, but yeah, because this one, we've kind of seen the green fill in. Well, the idea, though, is that if you unlock the area with the key and let's say, for instance, that you get a big area out of that that has another boss fight and such, you want to be in as good a position as possible going into that. I think we prioritized the multiplayer because it is by far the most expensive thing we've seen in the game so far. Surely it's pretty good. Surely it does something to ease up on the heals. Maybe it heals more at a time or something. I'm not exactly sure what it'll do, but I guess we'll just buy it and find out. And if it turns out that it's not so worthwhile, we'll discover that the hard way. So let's take the... Well, actually, we can just go directly to Belhard. We don't need to take the transport system if we don't want to, given that it's just directly over past the fleas. And given that we have amazing dash speed now. Oh. We don't want to lose to that. And look, there's a flea that's just hanging out here by the caravan. I mean, we don't have that many more than what we did previously yet, so probably not at the next benchmark for them to continue. But there's more signage for them now. Also, anything new on the board? Not really. Okay, so we do need to break some necklaces for this first. That's the only thing, is that when we buy the key instead, then we don't need to break any necklaces. We can just kind of stash them. But since we're here, let's just go with the logic that we already had. And do we break the 220? Let's see if we can optimize this. We need an additional 350. gives you 340. Then you break one of these. 370. That puts you slightly over. I think it'll be worth it. Actually, yeah, no, I might have miscalculated slightly. No, we're fine. Just barely short. That's okay. Let's see what it does. Very curious. So, multi-binder. Extends the active binding but increases its healing effect. So if it takes longer, are you vulnerable for longer? I actually don't know if I like that. If you combine it with Warding Bell, then it's quite good, because then you have a long period of continuing to defend yourself. Because then you would be using this, like it would be harder to use this in combat. But it would get you more efficient healing out of combat. Because some of the timings on the heal are a little bit tight to begin with. We might as well see how it looks. See how rough the timing can be. If we have something to beat up nearby. You're saying it's so good when most enemies do 2 masks. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I want to see what the length of it is. Well, this would be a good field test. Except we need to build up silk first. Okay. I mean, it'll obviously heal more than 3, we just don't know. Oh, well, we'll find out. We'll definitely do 4. Whoop. Let's get out of here first, and now let's see. Oh, you can do it in segments. Okay, so you can still... So it'll do 4, but it doesn't as 2 and 2. Now I wonder how that interacts with the Warding Bell, because I wonder if, for instance, you do 2 and then you get hit and it cancels the other 2. So you could have a bit more of a granular defense, where you can get a partial heal even if you do get hits, depending on the timing. That combination seems good in the heat of battle. We're going to go with silk replenishment still for the time being, though, because, you know, the more silk you have, the more you get through this. Also, I don't know if you can cancel out of the first half. But you would still be spending the silk anyway. You'd be spending the whole thing even if you only managed to successfully heal halfway. Alright. That, I think, is a good place to conclude today. We got lots done. Checked off a great number of quests that have been hanging around for a long time. Picked up a new core tool ability. Picked up a lot more than we can plug in when it comes to some of the tools that we can plug into blue. And generally overspent, explored a good deal of the map, even if we are not doing anything to progress the main quest, not that we intend to. Still feel like there's room for something between Weave Nest, Atla, and the Deep Docks. It feels like something should fit there, given the way that this protrusion on the left side of the Deep Docks is structured. But we'll find out eventually. And yeah, I mean, you know, look, you have a couple of different areas in between as well that, given the way that Hollow Knight worked originally, I feel like things could always fill in some of the gaps like puzzle pieces. There's still a lot to Belheart that we have not seen. Obviously, some kind of central passage that might fill in some gaps along the way. We'll see how everything stacks together, but the intricacy of the map is definitely starting to come together. I'm glad we kind of had a roughly non-linear exploration phase today. Lots to see in Greymoor still when it comes to the unexplored passages. And of course, it seems like the main way forward is left of Shellwood. And there's probably a lot more that we haven't really hooked and prodded yet that we already have the ability to do. But that will have to wait until next time. So, thank you for joining me for what was, I think, a pretty substantial session, even if the first hour and a half was spent on that one encounter that just gave us a couple of hundred rosaries. But the important thing is that we got through it. We pushed through it. We got lots of playtime out of the beast today as well, which we had not properly seen in action until this point. And yeah, the game just continues to get more satisfying as we see more tools and options come in. We'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining me. We'll listen to the bellhop sing and sing. And as always, have fun with everything you may be making or watching or spectating, hollowing out or weaving out of silk. And as usual, fare thee well.